G'day, Moonbase, you dunt. How are you doing? We are updating behavior trees today. How much fun? Need to figure out exactly how we're going to update it though, which is going to be terrible. I haven't actually put that plan together yet. I'm just winging it. No planning. But how is everyone? Oop. That's the wrong thing. There we go. What do we need? I feel like we need a random. Feel like we need a random. Because the root evaluates context. What, Moonbase? If you're stuck in emote only mode, you just got to refresh the page, I think. I think that's what you need to do. I think it's a repeater. Then we've got the sequence. Yeah, the sequence holds the current ID. That's what the issue will be. I like working on behavior trees. I tend to make behaviors overly realistic and then give up because it gets too complex. Yeah, that'll happen. That'll happen. I'm keeping my behaviors fairly simple. Fairly simple and fairly straightforward. So what I wanted to implement was a random. So I was thinking here, instead of the browse loop, we have a random. And it picks one of the two to process. And yeah. Yeah, I think that's what we want. We want a random. Or a pick random. Extends behavior, I believe. That's what we want. Yeah. Yeah. What have you been doing, Moon? What's everyone been up to for the last 5 hours? I got a bunch of exercise in. Yeah.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yeah, it's over. My legs hurt. Yeah. It's a good thing I'm a floating head and my mech suit's over there resting. If I was at a standing desk right now, my legs would be hurting. What are you working on in Odin? Odin's the programming language, isn't it? Yeah, Odin's programming language. How are you finding it? Is it a good setup? Selected node. We go evaluate. No. Status. Yeah, cool. Pretty nice, just working on a Space Invaders type clone to get a grip on things. Is there are you using a game engine with Odin, or are you just building it all entirely like pure Odin, nothing else? We need to go if selected node is null. Selected node equals nodes. Pick random, but I want it to be a weighted selection. Using Raylib, yeah, nice. So I remember making Pong in Raylib. Raylib made it so easy with its collisions and the detections and such. It was very nice, very nice, very clean. How can what I want to do, Gamer's second, welcome in Gamer. What I want to do is I want to have the selection of node be weighted. So I want it to be more likely to pick the behavior for browsing than it will for this. I'm thinking I just put like 3 or 4 of the browse node and one of the other node. Yeah. Go for weighted pick random. Random sum of weights. Random choice weight I, return I. Random minus equal choice weight I. Fair enough. Take a look at this SO post on weighted randomness rather than normalized. Normalizing and possibly losing precision. Sum of the weights and each random becomes a threshold or point on a line. If you reach that threshold, it counts as having chosen a particular option. Interesting. Okay, so we've got random number generator, rand weighted. Okay. That's nice. I like that. I did not know this existed. Rand weighted. But you got to create a random number generator. Yeah, an RNG. Yep. Okay. On ready. Alright, so we do that. You know, selected node equals... What is it? Zero, one, one, two. Prints one of the 4 elements in my array. It is more likely to print 4 and less likely to print 1. Interesting. So we can go... Is it nodes? RNG rand weighted. Now I can just give this well, we can go we'll go like 5 and 0.35, for example. So it's much more likely to pick browse than it is to pick the other one. But what we'll do for now is we'll go 0 and 1. If that and game state okay, so store's going to be a store. We also need to start coming up with some general game ideas that we can apply to different themes. Since we'll be doing a game jam in October. Plenty of time to come up with something. Game state store. Let's do NPC waiting. Down here, I'm just going to return status running. I like that pick random too. Well, that rand weighted. That's good. That's very good. I'm going to have to go back through and do that everywhere. Actually, we can go, if there's one at the store waiting, then we can go selected node is node 0, else that. Yep. We go. Actually, return selected node. Evaluate context. Nice. Nice. I like that. I was thinking about doing a September. Oh, hang on, what was that? Jeez, blasphemous for 36 bucks. I was thinking about doing a September-thon and do like just stream all of September until the timer runs out. But then I thought to myself, no, it's a stupid idea. I dislike doing those kinds of things. I dislike the extended period. You know? I can do like a day, but after that, nah. After a day, I just can't do it. It's horrible. 48 hours? I could do a 48-hour one. Could do the 48-hour one. So we could start as like a 12-hour stream. Nah. Maybe later. Ooh. Nah, I want to focus on getting this done. I want to get this done. I want to make the trailer before the first half of September's over. I want to make this trailer. But the longer we go, I'm like, I've still got some modeling stuff to do. I've still got these UI icons to make, as well as setting up the delivery box decals and the product images. The product images are easy. That's simple. Delivery box decals relies on this. UI icons. The change to store needs to be done. Kind of like more areas to unlock. Nah. We can leave that as done for now. Change back areas to be indoors. Make back area unlockable and expandable. I probably don't need to do that for this though. So yeah, we'll leave it as that. I hope I can get it done. I hope I can get it done. That's going to be interesting. Very, very, very interesting. All right, so what do we need to do here? I need to change this. Status. We go. If status is not running, selected node becomes null, actually, that's not going to work. Because this does two things. Because browsing because it's a sequence. Node size is 0. We reset state and return success. If the status is error, return status. If it's success, we reset. Actually, no. If the status is success, we update the current index. Does the array have a... No, it doesn't. What up, Skate? How are you doing? Welcome in. Yes. I agree. Yes. Yes, indeed. So yeah, if it's a success we're at the end, then it returns success. Otherwise, it increases it and it returns running. So it constantly returns running until it actually succeeds or fails. So that's fine. So while they're running, we set or if it's not running, we set the node to null. So the next time it comes into this pick random, it runs through this. Doing great. How about you? I'm doing fantastic. I'm implementing this pick random behavior tree here because what I want to do is this sequence here. We want to go pick random behavior. I want to pop this under that. And then I want to create a sequence behavior. This will be a dialogue. Pick random. We'll have two. This one and this one. Yay. Now I've got to implement the code for the dialogue. Because now we'll have NPCs that will randomly go up to the or one of the counters and wait for the player to be free, sort of thing. But I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do waiting. I'm going to do store. Oh, what's the queue? The get purchase queue. No. This is going to return a singular queue. But that's not what we want. I want to do function I can also do a rand weighted based on the amount of NPCs in the queue too. I'm gonna do that right now, actually. Before I forget. NPC waiting. Actually, I'll probably do like a get dialogue queue. Actually, get dialogue pause. Has dialogue pause. Yeah. I'm going to copy this. And I'm going to change this to be game state RNG. Game state. Pop this here. We go. So it does this. There you go. Game. No. You. Game state RNG. Rand weighted. Packed into array. You go weights. Sale counters map. Counter, sale counter. And we do weights append counter purchase queue queued NPC size. Actually. Counter purchase queue. Queued NPC size. What we do is go queue size equals 1 over queue size if queue size greater than 0, else 0. And then we append queue size. So what this is going to do is it's going to... Let me change this to a float. What this is going to do is it's going to look at how many NPCs are in the queue, and it should be a packed float, right? Yeah, packed float array, something like that. Maybe a packed float 64. No, packed float 32. So it takes how many NPCs are queued. If there's none queued, its weight is 1. Otherwise, it divides 1 by the number of NPCs that are queued. And I can even... Oh, actually... queue size plus 1. There we go. So if it's 0, it divides it by 1, gives us 1. If there's 1 NPC queued, it divides it by 2, it gives us 0.5. The more NPCs that are queued, the less likely it is that the NPC looking for a counter is going to go to that queue. Because it's going to grab the sale counter related to that purchase queue. Yeah. Random, man. Random. I love it. I love making things random. Don't forget the parentheses. I will always forget the parentheses. I don't think I did forget the parentheses. Blah, 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 blah. I didn't forget the parentheses, did I? That's not even in here. That's not even where I'm going. Where the hell was I? It's all there. It's all good. Got that parentheses. Got that one. Got that one. Got that one. Cool. Won't that divide by 0 and add 1? Oh, you're talking about here. Yes. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Good one, Linus. Good one. I thought you were saying that I like missed a parentheses for the function or for in here. But no, you're right. You're right. I do need those parentheses. Much appreciated. We'll just... I'll cut that. I'll cut that out of the stream. No one needs to know that I made that mistake. How are you doing, Linus? And how are you doing, Morngard? Welcome in, both of yous. That was more than an awesome tech tip. That was a legit Linus tech tip. Yeah. Actually, I think it depends on where the person's from. But I've heard it pronounced Linus and Linus. I think it depends on where they're from. Quantum! G'day, you good dunce. How are yous doing? Welcome in. You are here for the best time. We're updating our behavior tree to have a pick random. A pick random behavior. Good dunce. Good dunce indeed. Yay. Welcome in, y'all. What were you doing today, Quantum? How's things? Everyone, check out Quantum, alright? They're clearly better than me because they're not just in a digital state, they're in a quantum state. Okay? Oh, Acer. Burning up. Jesus Christ. I was working on a video player for Fallout 1-2 videos. Nice. I was gonna make a joke of Fallout half videos, and I was gonna, yeah, but no, I won't do that. Too late. A new Gedunt? Yay, no, not a new Gedunt. Just people saying, like, people that have rated in, they're Gedunts too. You're all Gedunts. You're all Gedunts until you act like a Bedunt and get banned, you know? What up, Giddy? How are you doing over there on YouTube's? Or Half Works for Half-Life more than Fallout. G'day, you gedunt, Giddy. I mean, I could unfollow you, then refollow for that nougadunt smell. No, Melnith, that's not a nougadunt smell. That's a pre-owned gedunt smell. Okay? You will be a pre-owned gedunt if you unfollow and refollow. That's what happens. Thank you very much for the follow. You are a nougadunt, which means you get to introduce yourself to people as a gedunt. It stands for good see unt. Go tell your friends. And then also tell them where they can go to be a gedunt. But in a polite way. Don't just go up to them and tell them where to go. Like, go up to them and be like, hey, you too can be a gedunt. You just gotta go to this Twitch and you just gotta follow. That's it. Yeah, you're new gedunt. Damn right. I've got that gedunt emote. The g'day you gedunt emote. Noted down. So we will at some point get the new emotes. I need a lot more though. Yeah. What are some emotes that we can do? I don't know. I've like run out of ideas. I'm not smart. Anyway, what we are doing today, for anyone that doesn't know, for anyone that's new here, we are making the Bobble Shop Simulator. It's amazing and fantastic and beautiful. Ed Dragon, I misunderstood. Called someone a sea unt. As long as it was coming from a place of love, it's fine. It's fine. That doesn't matter. Still? What do you mean still? It's been like three months and 1 week? Calm down. Jesus Christ. We're updating our NPC behavior tree at the moment. So we're adding in this pick random. What that's going to do is when the NPC gets to this point here, they are going to go into pick random. It's going to check if it needs to pick a random one. If it does a weighted pick. I've got it set to always pick the random one. Like not the random, the state that we're testing. So that way we always have one coming in to test it. But it's going to be a weighted pick so that this state that we're testing does not, like, it's not a 50-50 pick. It's like every now and then it will be picked, you know? And we updated, just before you came in, we updated another one of our randoms to use this similar thing. So the more NPCs that queue up, the less likely it is for another NPC to pick that queue. Yeah. Spreadsheets as game design. Thoughts? I mean, you can do a game design document in anything, as long as the information is discernible to you. You know? I had an idea for a game over my 5-hour break as well. If someone wants to make this game, go for it. But the idea is it's a single player 2D side view And what you do is, it's a platformer, but you need to duplicate yourself in order to complete the sections. So what you need to do is you need to go forward, and you need to do a set of actions, and then you reset. That previous version of you goes through and does those actions, and you also go through again, doing a different series of actions. And the actions you did on the original way help your second one get through. So it could be that, you know, you have to go up and hit a button, and then once you've hit the button, you reset. That version of you goes through and hits the button again. So you have to try and go through and get to that spot to move through. Talos Project uses that game mechanic. I'm going to have to get that. I'm gonna have to get that. Because I also want to set it up so that Talos Principle. Because I also want to set it up so that it's like, oh yeah, like this thing. I want to set it up with like more of a platformer type thing as well. So like, you have to jump, but so you have one instance of you, for example, that jumps between two platforms, and as it jumps through, it shoots down a rope. And then on your second run through, you have to time it so that as it shoots down the rope, you jump and grab the rope and swing across to get over the larger gap underneath, sort of thing. Do all that sort of weird stuff. Good day, Duke. I feel I've played this before. I think I've played an escape room in Escape Simulator that was based on this type of... like, that was based on this game. Yeah. Is this a riddle game? I think it's just like puzzle. General puzzle. Because I know Celeste had something similar, but it wasn't something you controlled. So yeah, you can see like at the end here, you got like the second one there that's running up. Yeah, yeah. You would know if you played Talos. Yeah. But hey, no reason someone can't make another game that has the same type of mechanic, but implements the mechanic in a different way. I mean, honestly, if you try to come up with a game that's completely unique these days, you're gonna fail. That's just how it is. Everything that we can do with computers, we have done with computers. So just make a game fun and have marketing. Exactly. If you haven't played Talos, then you aren't really copying. Yeah, exactly. Like, I keep hearing about Talos, and I mean, mine wouldn't really be copying anyway, because mine would be a 2D platformer thing, kind of like Celeste and Memory and whatnot. But with that duplication type of element. And You can even add like paradox puzzles into it that require the duplication to cause a paradox or something to continue through and such. So just on that fact, like, it would be very different. It would be very different play style and whatnot, and very different puzzles because of the limiting dimensions compared to Talos. Yeah, I'd like that. Box Boy does that. Box Boy? What is Box Boy? I've played Patrick's Parabox. Box Boy Man? Big Boy Boxing? It's a Nintendo DS game. Box Boy. Ah, yeah. See, that's the thing. This is puzzle based. I'm like this is mostly just puzzle based. I'm imagining a game where it's all skill based kind of thing. You know? So like it's a lot of skill based platforming where you have to have multiple runs where you reset and you have to do the actions that you have to do actions before your next run, which allow you to complete the next run. But if your timing is out, or if your timing isn't right, then you fail because you missed the previous version of you, like providing something that you need to swing across or to get through a gate or something like that. Like, there would be this element to it, but it'd be more skill-based puzzle platforming than anything else. Yeah, you're kind of racing your ghost. So you have like, you go through and you do certain things, and the things you do on that run, when you reset, that ghost version of you is essentially doing things that you can use to progress further down the actual path. So, like, the ghost opens a door, throws down a rope, takes out something that's blocking you or whatnot. Got to be implemented real good to not end up like the last Zelda game. Yeah, definitely. I think there was a Portal mod that adds this element. I could see that. I could see Portal doing something similar. You'd have to be able to abandon this and re-record the ghost, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there'd be mechanic, like, so what would it be? It would be in Godot, they have a redo undo, or undo redo. So you would heavily rely on this sort of thing to record your actions, undo them all, and then replay those actions. Portal Reloaded on Steam if someone's interested. Nice. John Blow's game. John Blow. Of course John Blow's got a game like that. Of course. Do you know what the name is, Rend? Of course John's got a game like that. Jesus. Well, great minds think alike. Even if my mind was however long past, you know. Braid. I've heard of that too. Yes, I've heard of this. So yeah, this is taking one aspect. What if you could see multiple realities? That's cool. I like that. That's nice. Yeah, it's like a rewind mechanic. A rewind and a slow time mechanic. Yeah. So like, I want to couple the rewind mechanic with a ghost version. A ghost version assistant. So it would be similar to like It Takes Two or Chained Together or Split Fiction, stuff like that, where it's a 2-player game to complete stuff. But you are the second person as well. Yeah. The portal thing is a bit different. You have 2 versions of the level, one way into the future, and changes in the past affect the layout in the future. Yeah. You can only blame yourself if you fail. Exactly, Duke. There's no blaming the other person for being off. It's like, no, you just suck. Because, you know, games like Split Fiction and It Takes Two and stuff like that, they're great games if you have friends. But if you're someone that doesn't have a friend... I feel like that mechanic gets frustrating fast if timing is too difficult. Well, I mean, at that point, it's more of a black hole. You've just thrown away your Godokins. Well done. At that point, Linus, it becomes like you would tune the puzzle and the timing to be so that, yes, it's difficult, but it's not so difficult that people are going to have to do it like 4,000 times. It's like, yeah. And you could set it up as well so that if you fail, it only resets you for your current run. It doesn't reset your ghosts. And you can reverse and go back and do the last ghost again. And like, you can keep going back. So if you've got a puzzle that requires you to do 3 ghosts, if you're on the 4th run and you fail, you just redo the 4th run. But if you find that you can't do it because the second ghost is wrong, then you go back to the second ghost. You still have the first ghost. You get the second ghost to be correct, and then you redo the 3rd ghost with the second ghost correct, and then you do the 4th one and pass. You could set it up like that, so that way it's not a matter of you having to redo all the ghosts and your last run, sort of thing. It kind of takes the frustration element away a little bit, because you're only doing the thing that you're up to again. Yeah. At least that's what I'd do anyway. Huey, Dewey, and Louie were right there. I could have called it Huey, Dewey, and Louie. That's true. This is true. I think I just want to add nodes. Actually, let's change this to dialogue loop. Because you're a repeat. No, you're a sequence. Right? Extends behavior. Okay. Okay. So this being a sequence. What's the sequence? It just keeps running through, but the nodes evaluate and return the status. No, because that doesn't loop. It resets and it returns either success or error. And when it does that, it would return back up to here, which would set it to null, and it would also return status, and that would go to the sequence, which would progress forward. So we don't want that. It's not at all what we want. That would be terrible. That would be a horrible nightmare if we did that. Because then it wouldn't actually do a browse loop. So this is literally looping over until the condition is met. Yes, yes. Is everyone looking forward to Silksong release? Let's see. So in here, we're going to need to... What do we want this to do? The dialogue loop I need to change. Add a node. Dialogue loop. It's releasing in like 6 or 7 days, like September 5th. September 5th my time, September 4th everyone else's. Does the rand wait method return a random float between 0 and 1 that you use as an array index? Wouldn't you need to multiply that by with the array length? No. So what it's doing, show you this here. So it's this here. So it takes a set of weights and it returns a random index with non-uniform weights. So it's returning an int, and so you set up the weights like this. So 0.5, 1, 1, 2. This one is more like index 4 is more likely to be selected than anything else. And index 0, or sorry, index 3 is more likely to be picked than anything else. And index 0 is more likely to be picked than, or less likely to be picked than anything else. So it's returning an index of this weight. So the number of elements in this weights array needs to match the number of elements in your array that you want to be weighted. Not really, couldn't get through the first game. I too have gotten stuck. I've gotten stuck on the second fight with Hornet, and it's annoying the shit out of me. Believe me, Rend, I know exactly what you mean. But I told people that I would do a 15-hour charity stream when it releases, so that's what I'm doing. I'm doing a 15-hour charity stream when it releases, and that game is going to send me insane. Insane. It's weird that it automatically refers to the array it's applied on, but thanks for clarifying. No worries. I mean, I imagine what they're doing is they're taking these weights and they're doing the same. They're doing like a similar randomization calculation, but it's just accounting for the weights. And then it goes, all right, based on the weight we've selected, this is the index to return, sort of thing. I'm an elderly person and not really overly good at playing games. Same here. My fingers don't move the way that they used to. Like they're slower. They're slower. Why are you slower? Stop being slow. Yeah. Alright, anyway, we'll do these words. We'll have ads. We shall do a round of words while the ads are play. My thumb gets hurt every time I played Metroidvanias. I mean, it's not so much the... It's not so much my thumbs that get hurt. It's just my knuckles. Just, like, my hand staying in this position. Like, my hand staying in this position for too long starts to cramp up. That's it. Google. Left thumb muscle number 1 gets screwed? Yeah. Yeah. And all of the young people that are like, old people problems, you're gonna get there too. Alright? Don't fucking laugh, alright? It's gonna happen to you. Those kids will get there eventually. And if they don't get there eventually, I'm sorry. Nicely done, Lua. The net dead. Oh, you're just coming out and saying it, Ren. Okay. Lingo.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay. Lion. There we go. Oh, that's good back crack. There we go. Alright. We can pop that on hold. What up, creeper? How are you doing, you creepy creep? Kids don't ever respect the wisdom of idiots that paved the way. Yeah, yeah. It's that you don't know. It's like, well, you're not unique. Kids these days, you're not unique. Forget what anyone's told you. It's a lie. Alright, so if we set up a dialogue loop, what are the nodes that we need? Start dialogue. What do we need then? Actually, wait for a response. Leave or counter. So start dialogue. Actually, wait for interact. Wait for interact, wait for response, leave or counter. So what's going to happen, what essentially is going to happen is they enter the store. I need to add a node here for head to counter. So what happens? They enter the store. They choose to go into a dialogue loop. Need to get your day started, still lying in bed. Oh God. Go, get your day started. Get up, have a coffee, do some exercise or some jumping jacks or something to get the blood flowing. Alright? Jeepers. Have a good one, Linus. So yeah, the NPC enters the store. It decides to go to a dialogue loop, and the dialogue loop is going to be either selling an item to the player, trading items with the player, buying a specialty item from the player, or getting a bobblehead repaired. The one we are focused on at the moment is selling an item to the player. That's the one we're going to put into the trailer, so we need to get that one knocked out. The rest are just, they're simple to implement after that. So they head to the counter, they get there, they stand and they wait in the waiting position. They don't interfere with the queue. They just stand and wait for the player to interact with them. At that point, when the player interacts with them, it triggers the dialogue to start. And what that's gonna do is emit a signal with what they want to do. Brings up the dialogue interface. The NPC then waits for a response, waits for the player to input something. When the player does something, so if the player accepts or refuses, then it proceeds from wait for response to leave or counter, and leave or counter will go, oh, they have refused, so I'm going to leave. I'm going to disappear. I'm going to just walk out, whatever. But if the player puts forward a counter offer, so if they go, you want to sell me that for $11, I'll buy it off you for $8. The NPC will choose, am I going to counter this? And then they might, if they do, it will pick what their counter is, emit a signal to update the dialogue, and then go back into the wait for response. That wait for interact is probably not what we need though. I think those two need to be in a these need to be in a sequence, I think. Do you really want to overcomplicate gameplay into dialogue? It's an endless madness. It's a very simple dialogue. Like, all it is this window. It's this window here. We have some text appear up the top. It has the item that the NPC wants to sell, the item that they want to purchase or whatnot. You accept, you offer, or you refuse. Very simple, very straightforward. It's not like it's gonna have like quest dialogue and stuff like that. Compared to other dialogues, it's simple. It's simple. The issue isn't the dialogue, it's the behavior tree. Have to handle all the branches? No, you don't. No, I don't. There are no branches. This behavior tree is very much a trunk and like 2 branches. That's it. How so? I mean, it literally just runs through this sequence, and then it goes in like based on this pick random. So this browse loop will basically go into, okay, we go up to something and see if we're going to like we browse a display, and then we decide if we're going to take an item, if we're going to leave, or if we're going to check out. Like, up to them at that point. Or they go into this dialogue loop where they choose what they're doing with the player. So no matter what you do in the tree, you get a 1 or a 0. Pretty much. Pretty much. I could have done this via a state machine. Like, this behavior tree isn't overly complicated. You could do this in a state machine, but I felt doing a behavior tree as something simple first, rather than trying to do my first state machine as a very complicated state machine. Rather than doing my first behavior tree as a very complicated behavior tree, I'd rather do my behavior tree as a simple behavior tree that could easily be represented as a state machine. So that way I get to understand how to build it in an easier manner. And then in future games, I can do a behavior tree that's more complicated because I've already got experience with it. So, yeah, this pick random is basically pick one of these 2 things. Alright, well, my overlay just decided to crash. Give me a second. I do not know why my overlay just went kaputs. Kaputsy puts puts. Yeah, let's see if that fixes automagically. Yes, it did. Fixed automagically. I love it. Alright, there we go. Don't ask me what happened there. I just threw a whole bunch of errors and then stopped. So yeah, the NPC enters the store. They go into they pick either the browse loop or the dialogue loop. The browse, I can probably just change this to be browse. And dialogue, I can change this to just be dialogue. For browse, it will pick if they're... it will pick if they want to take an item from the display. And then once they've finished browsing the display, they will decide, based on if they have items or not, if they're going to continue browsing other displays, if they're going to leave the store, or if they're going to go up to the counter and check out. We also need to factor in the dialogue side of things for this. So we'll need to rework this to basically, instead of just loop over these two things, it needs to return out. And the pick random should only break if it's false. It's like it shouldn't move past this if it's false. So this pick random will go... if status is status error, return status. Otherwise, we return status running. So now what will happen is this sequence here will stay here until one of these two returns error. Yes. Yes. Which means this browse, we can open up this take item check. There we go. Close you out. So in here, instead of returning success, hydrate, I can do that. I'm hydrating. Fuck's sake. Unbalance is salts. I will set it to be like, I will increase the delay on it if it gets abused. Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry about that. So I need this to return return that if has items and not has more displays, or randf greater than equal to randf range, min checkout chance, max checkout chance. Let's take all that and go exit store. We do exit store, return success if, actually return error if checkout or exit store, else
also, yeah, that's fair. Kind of rude, but fair. Yeah, so I'm just trying to make this is it's not the right.
microphone is not back yet. All right, there we go. So now we've got that done. My microphone just went kapooey. We should be good now, though. Should be good. I think I knocked the cable for my microphone. Sweeping a bit on spreadsheets as game design tools. Not only are they human visualizable databases, they can be exported as CSV or JSON, as well as simulations in JavaScript can be directly run in them and output into more spreadsheet rows with automatic visualizations. Just saying. You know what, Melanith? You're 100% right. I would like you to create a game design document in JSON and then import that into a spreadsheet and show me. You're 100% right, though. I'm just going to choose to not do it. Yeah. I'm choosing the worst way. So that's going to return that. And then up in the browse loop, I'm going to go... do this. That's what we need to do. Morning, Chill. How are you doing? I'm fine with that. Ah, yes. That's right. We need to leave it like that. Distributed Ruby blog posts, C make animations in Python, C make tutorial video using said animations, then spreadsheet RPG math combat simulation. Yikes. Depending on how long it takes to get me up, I may not be here for long. I think I woke up early enough for me to do a morning stream. Ooh, nice. Nice. I hope it goes well for you. How can we do this? No worries, chill. What can we do? So, if status is success, we increase the current index. Modulus by the node size. So that'll get us the either the first one or however what we're up to. What besides me is breaking your flow state? You're a hacker. This stuff should be just implemented, bro. How am I a hacker? What gives off hacker vibes here? The floating head is a strong start. Nah. Floating head just means I've got money. That's all. Just means I was rich enough to not like I was rich enough to be able to afford this. That's all. That's all it says. The color scheme, the tech. The color scheme is just easy to read. And I mean, PewDiePie uses the tech. Come on. You type code, so you a hacker. In saying that though, Thursdays are going to be changed to a cybersecurity day where we like launch Try Hack Me and do something through that. Like we just, yeah. I mean, that's Vim, right? No, it's not. It's not Vim. It's not Vim. It's Neo Vim. Completely different. It makes some Tumblr business cards for when someone at school decides to ask me for social media. Like a random guy wiping an entire disk with just, "Quick here for free money. Could stupidly work." What? I have no idea what that is, Melanin. I feel I'm missing something. I know what an ellipses is. Like, what's with the parentheses around an ellipses, and what's with the comma in between the last two ellipses? Like... That's the thing that's got me stumped. Your dad joke, Ari Neovim not being appreciated. I am so confused right now. I am so confused right now. I say it's Vim right. You say no, it's the superpowered version. Oh, you're talking about that. That wasn't a dad joke. They are two different things. Like... I love drinking water. Maybe chat should too. I agree. Chat, drink water. Only the worst kind of correct. No, the best kind of correct. Technically correct. So this browser loop will return error or success. But we don't want it to do that yet. Unless I need to nest this under another sequence. Or another loop, I should say. I feel this browse loop. Because it can't be run until error either. Because the pick random you're a gargoyle. You program with if statement. If statements queried withdrawn. What? This pick random checks the selected node. We want it to return error only if the status is error. If the status isn't error, I have a problem with my laptop. I only have one HDMI and one display port. I can't use an adapter with the port to make it HDMI. My drawing tablet is HDMI as well as my TV, so I can only use one of them. Yeah, that's fair. You gotta upgrade to display ports. Yeah. So we have the game state RNG, picking a selected node random. Only if there's a free dialogue pause. The TV may have a display port. We'll see if we have a cable. If not, I'll just buy myself another port. Fair. Very smart. How am I going to set this up? Because if we return error, here, and what's going to happen is this will return error, the sequence will reset. But that's for exit store. Success should move on down to here. So this browse. But pick random's going to keep running even when it's success. These three statuses aren't going to work. I think the TV may have display port. May. Depends on how new the TV is, I think. If not, I'll just have to buy myself another port. I like framework laptops. Framework laptops are good. I saw that they've released the RTX 5070 GPU panel as well, so that you can choose between AMD and NVIDIA. Hopefully most people are still choosing the AMD side of things, but yeah. Ports do lead to drunkenness. That is correct. Especially if the port is tawny. Yeah. Also planning on resubbing, but I owe my mum £38, which is quite a bit for me. That's all good. That's all good. Only resub if you want to and can afford it. I'm not going to force you. I think I need some extra checks in here. If it's success, we set you to null. So if it's a success and this, you're good, chill. That's all right. Error if checkout or exit store, else success. Because yeah, it doesn't really matter what status they return. Like, we can keep it as that, because it doesn't really matter what you return. I guess we can check the current index. So if it returns a success, we check the current index. I don't need to. I don't need to. So the browser loop is going to go into browsing. Once they're finished browsing, it goes to take item. So we go browsing, runs through this, moves towards the display, waits at the display, picks if they're taking an item or not, and then it returns success once they've finished navigating and once the browse time is passed and whatnot. Would making unit tests for these things decrease the amount of cognitive burden? No. No. It's not the testing, it's the keeping track of it mentally. Like trying to trace it in my mind. So browsing will return success once they've finished browsing. That's going to cause the browser loop to go on to the next node, which will then run into here. This will choose if they're taking an item or not. Once they've made that decision, it's going to choose if they are going to check out, if they're going to exit the store. If both of those are false, then it goes back, like it just repeats essentially. So this one repeats and it picks another random one, and what that will do is it'll pick random, will pick browse or dialogue again. If it returns checkout, oh sorry, if exit store is true, then it returns error, which causes this to return error, which causes the sequence to reset, and then it moves to target, which will be its despawn point. If it's set to checkout, then it returns success, which means this returns success, and sequence moves on to the next thing, which is checkout. But if it doesn't return, like if it doesn't have exit or checkout set, then it returns running, and pick random keeps picking an item. Yep. Yeah. Cool. That works. You're saying you'd have to trace less if you have provable execution behavior. No, I would still have to mentally track it all. Like, just because there's a test saying that something's true doesn't mean I don't have to mentally keep track of stuff. Because when I change something, I'm not the kind of person that likes to change something and then go, I don't know if I broke something. I'm going to run all my tests just to figure out if I've broken something. No, I like to understand my code and actually go, okay, if I make this change, it's going to impact these things. So I should look at those things and make sure this change isn't going to destroy it. Yeah. Unit tests are worthwhile, just not at this point. Unit tests are only worthwhile once you have something working the way you want it to work. Otherwise, just writing a bunch of tests for the sake of writing tests. 2 5-hour streams per day while working on a game isn't easy. So I have a quick question. Have you had to deal with burnout? If so, how do you deal with it? I haven't had to deal with burnout. I have had some days where I'm just run down. Like, my body just needs like a day to rest and whatnot. But that's it. That's all I've had. I still use my screen drawing tablet as a drawing tablet. I can't use the one with no screen, as I don't think that it's supported. I can still use my screen drawing tablet as a drawing tablet. Yeah. Can't use the one with no screen, as I don't think that is ported. The drawing tablet with no screen, what it should do is the driver that you set up should allow you to specify an area on the screen, and then the drawing tablet maps to that area. I can't do commits for code without tests for them. Find builds itself in such fashion. I don't understand your words. So TDD is fine if you understand completely how you want things to run. I haven't documented this process. I don't know how I want this to work yet. I'm working that out as I code it. So me writing a bunch of tests to test something that I may very well change tomorrow is just a waste of time. Those tests become meaningless at that point. Like, I would rather figure out what I'm building first and then write the tests for that and go, cool, now that's working. Yeah. Deleting tests is easy, but it's writing 2 sets of code and then deleting 1 set and redoing it. Like, I don't have problem with writing tests. Like, if I'm working in a business environment, I will happily write tests first and whatnot. But if I'm working on my own project and no one else is touching the code, I don't give a shit. I'm going to work on it the way I'm going to work on it. That's it. Yeah, I don't apply business level coding standards to my own personal stuff. It's just, I'm not someone that goes around being like, this is the way to do it this way. No, I'm just going to be like, do it however you want. I don't care. It's up to you. So we know that that's working. I now need to build the code out for these. So, this will be a sequence as well, won't it? This is just going to be a standard sequence. I need to figure out these three first, though. How do I want these three to sit? Do I want them to be a sequence? Do I want them to be a loop? I need them to wait. I think wait for response to be a loop. What up, Pry? How are you doing? Someone else is number one? Yes, that would be giddy. Not on my watch. Well, you better catch up, Pry. You better catch up. It does work. I don't need to get a new port. Nicely done, Chill. I'm glad to hear. Number one. Nicely done, Pry. So we need head to counter. And then they wait for the interaction. They wait for the response. I suppose those two. The wait for response should loop. It has to be wait for end. This also needs to do... What? I'm just some guy done, so I'm clearly not going to change your mind. I'm just boggled watching you process from the perspective of you're clearly smart, but thinking about stuff is slow in comparison. I'm fine with... I don't mind thinking about stuff. Like, I don't mind taking like half an hour to think through the process. There's been a lot of times where I've been thinking through the process, and now I'm like, oh my god, idea, great idea. That's actually when in one of my earlier on games, that's when I was trying to figure out how I was going to implement sort of like a cutscene setup. And it was like one of the first games that I was ever trying to build. Didn't really know, like back then I had no idea what behavior trees were. I had no idea what state machines were or how to build them properly. Everything was made very shit. And I was like, how can I do this without creating a custom scene that I load and run specifically for the cutscene? And then I was like, oh, that's what I can do. I can create a cutscene manager. And then under that, I can create some nodes to handle running the cutscene. And I can create node types which handle different things the cutscene should do. So like one that controls the camera, one that causes specific characters to play specific animations, something that spawns or despawns an object, something that moves characters or objects, all this kind of stuff. And it's like, if I hadn't have sat there and thought about it for 30 minutes, I would have tried to implement something else, failed. Tried to implement something else, failed. Or I potentially would have succeeded with one of the other things I try, but those would have been like a worse solution, for example. Yeah. Also, I hate writing unit tests for games. Writing unit tests for games is always annoying. Because you've got to like set up test scenes and you've got to set up test data and all this kind of stuff. It's just, And then there's all the different cases that you've got to set up test data for. And yeah. If I had have been writing tests, I definitely wouldn't be this far into the game. Now, what was I doing? That's right. I want to check if they have already been up to the counter. Or context get. Had dialogue. So if it's had dialogue previously, we just return out. Well, we don't return out. We just go into the browsing loop, basically. Nothing else. But yeah. I think there was possibly an update. I use Open Tablet Driver. That doesn't work with my non-screen drawing tablet. Ah, right. Okay. I now need to... What up, chaps? So I need to use the default drawing tablet software installed with Linux. Open Tablet Drivers for when I want to play OS. Interesting. So I have XP Pen. And XP Pen just has a driver that works on Linux. So, yeah. If you had good setups for that, it would be easy. First test is always the hardest. Everything else gets easier the further you are. Yes. Trying to add it in the middle, though, is the difficult part. And, like, for my next game, I'll probably implement, like, a level of testing. Primarily because the next game I do is going to be more complicated. This game's a very simple game, so it's not really something that you need tests for. It's not so complicated that you can't keep track of things, essentially. But the next game I do will be fairly complicated. And it's going to need tests. But I'm probably also going to be using a different engine for that. So I'll probably be learning that other engine, figuring out how to do tests in that other engine, and then start building the game after that. What game am I working on? I am working on the Bobble Shop Simulator. That's what I'm doing. It's a very fun game. I'm working on updating the NPC behavior tree so that we can test this system here and go, all right, so now that we've got the NPC coming up to the player, or coming up to the counter, the player can interact with them, start a dialogue, and then go through that dialogue. So it's these things here that we need to implement. Ooh, we got ads. Let's do a game duel this ad break. Actually, I'm going to give you the words because I need to BRB because I need to go do something. Yeah. All right. BRB, y'all. I will... What was that noise? Oh, that's what the noise was. Thank you very much for the follow. Much appreciated. You fantastic Gidun. You know what? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to copy this and go back over to this scene. I'm going to paste it right there. Right there. Beautiful. All right. Thank you very much for the follow. You two, both of you, are officially Giduns. make sure to tell people that you are a Gedunt. G''DUNT. Okay? It stands for good unt. Throw a C in the middle there. Let them know. Alright? I'm going to be back momentarily. Give me just one moment. Oh, alright, I'm back. Good try. Good try. Alright. Well, we'll turn that off. We'll do a game duel. How are you doing, Dex? Now, we always start with Civ 5. Look at that. Single player, multiplayer. This could be a Halo. Alright, so it is a shooter. First person and or third person, maybe something else. Who knows? It looks like it's either sci-fi or warfare. Now installing some fonts. I can install fonts that have the extension. The extension OTF, yeah. I was wondering what extension OF was, and I was like, it's TTF and there's what else? Yeah. OTF is a good one. Alright, so a sci-fi shooter. Sci-fi shooter. What's considered a sci-fi shooter?
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! Good old ads being over. There's probably a package that you need to install to support OTF. Yeah. A sci-fi shooter. Let's try. It's not Halo. Dead Space 3. Okay, so it's not Dead Space 3. It's not third person. Okay. So it's a first person, most likely sci-fi shooter. It's not Borderlands. It ain't Borderlands. It is... Oh my god, what was it? Why can I not think of it? It's not a Bioshock. I mean, I'll put in Bioshock Infinite, but I'm pretty sure that was around 2013 or something. So we've confirmed that it's first person only. First person, single player, multiplayer shooter. It's not Mass Effect. Mass Effect has third person, doesn't it? It's not going to be a Rainbow Six Siege. Yeah, it's not a Rainbow Six Siege, but it is after 2015. Get our clue. It's a 2012. Oh, this is Cyberpunk. No? Oh shit, it's not Cyberpunk because that has third person. Damn. Okay. 2020 shooter sci-fi first person that has single player and multiplayer. Is this gonna be Apex? No, it's not Apex. Oh my god, what is it? What is this game? Is it Destiny 2? What the what the hell? What first-person sci-fi shooter was released in 2020 that was multiplayer and single-player? Gears of War's third-person, so it's not going to be that. It's not Cyberpunk. We need to remember that Infamous was also a shooter. I don't know. Doom Eternal. I'm sorry, but Doom is considered sci-fi? You disagree? I mean, I guess. About to comment Doom Eternal? I keep forgetting that they're releasing newer Doom games. Like, I still think of Doom as, like, the game from either the late 90s or the early 2010s. Disagree with Infamous being a shooter. Me too. Me too. Don't worry. I disagree with it too. Okay, so... this can... It's really just this one that needs to loop until an accept or refuse is received. Bug report. Infamous is not a shooter. Nope. Attach a script. Inherit behavior. Characters. Behavior tree. NPC. NPC actions, right? Copy that. I have not been telling them to inherit behavior. Okay, so it was wait for interact. Needs to extend behavior. Head to counter. And dialogue. Okay. I wish I could report Infamous as a bug. But the fact that Infamous genres Infamous incorporates elements of a third-person shooter. While Cole's powers are not traditional firearms, they function similarly in combat, allowing players to aim, fire projectiles, and utilize cover. By that definition, magic is the same. It's not a shooter. No. No, I dislike that. I dislike that. Horrible. Horrible and nightmarish. Alright, so dialogue. We need this. God damn, it is so cold. I don't know why I am so cold right now. Like, it's raining, so that's probably attributing to how cold it feels. But my God. My God, does it feel cold. I can't with that. Elements are not a thing. It either is a shooter or it isn't a shooter. It can't have elements of a shooter, thus it's a shooter. Like, no. No. It can't be like, well, they're not shooting stuff, but it is a projectile. Because by that definition, you could have a throwing spear. You aim it, you throw it, it's a projectile. Done. That's a shooter, according to that description. Dislike. I have elements of an Adonis, but I'm not one. You lie, gamer. You're an Adonis. Don't try and get that shit past us. Alright? We know. We know you're an Adonis. Oh, let's copy this. Actually, I think Nathan Fillion said that Guy, like his Green Lantern, would be appearing in Peacemaker Season 2. So I'm looking forward to seeing them appear in Peacemaker Season 2. He was in the first episode. Yeah, no, he was in the first episode, but he's going to be in it more, apparently. That's what I've heard. Well, that's what I've read. Peacemaker Season 2. England. Green Lantern's role in Peacemaker Season 2 has been explained. The first few projects in that we'll see the characters moving between them. That could be design, new idea. Peacemaker Season 2 trailer release. Nathan Fillion's Guy Gardner. Hawk and Max Ward. Don't get along. The trailer teased that dynamic. Guy showed disinterest, laughed. According to Fillion, Green Lantern and seen as Peacemaker, not a fan of each other. The heroes have a lot to prove as they believe they are A-listers, but still have to get there. Relationship of them not getting along, not a fan of each other. Okay. Based on the trailer, Guy Gardner will play a minor role in the series. Character could appear alongside Maxwell Lord Hawkwood. Yep. Neil's Peacemaker Season 2 comments make it seem like Green Lantern will play a bigger role than expected in the new season of the hit series. After all, the characters could not properly establish a rivalry in just one scene. So yeah, it sounds like there's going to be more in it. And I think with how the first 2 episodes are going, there's going to be an event that calls like the Justice Gang into deal with stuff at some point. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. You should return status. You can return status running for now. Dialogue's going to go. Context set. Add dialogue. True. So this way we don't have the same NPC going up and doing the same dialogue multiple times. Or trying to do different dialogue multiple times. Yeah, no, that's all right. Status is nodes, current index, evaluate context. If status is status success, then the current index can increase. Now I want to change that so it's not a status index. Oh, it's not a current index, but rather we just like hold a reference to the current node. But there's no like get next node. I could set up a next node. Like, so on behavior, I could have like next node or something. If the episode doesn't have tests, I'm not interested. That's such a smart ass comment. I love it. It's such a good callback. Oh god, that's beautiful. Oh, you're an artist, Mel. You're an artist. God damn. Ah, freaking hell. That was good. Hang on. What was it? That's right. It's that type of thing. I knew there was a modulus in there somewhere. Yeah. So by doing it that way, we increase the current index, but as soon as the current index is the same as the node size, it resets to 0 and goes back to the start. Which, I mean, it doesn't need to do that, but yeah. And then it's just adding in the checks. I guess we could just return status. How do we need to handle error? We need to handle the error status from the child nodes. What up, Lupo? You're still arguing about this point? Yes, we are, Lupo. G'day, you giddunt. How are ya? I guess I can just do if status is status error. Actually, no. I can just not return an error status from the child's. That's easy done. Actually, no. Success resets the node. This needs to return status running. If current index is node size -1, return status success. I also want to take this thing.
Summer is ending right on the 31st of August. Lol, tomorrow it drops like 8 to 9 C.
You think it's going to immediately drop like 8 to 9 degrees Celsius? I can tell you right now. It doesn't really change too much for me. It's still just wet and mid to high 10s. It is so cold at the moment though. Like, I know that it says right now it's 12 degrees, but because it's raining outside, it's cold. It feels colder than it should. I'm going to have to wear gloves to bed tonight. That's how freaking cold it is. I watched the new season of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia as well. I didn't enjoy it as much.
For you, maybe. Today is 35 C, tomorrow 26 to 27 C.
Yeah, but that's one day. What about the next 3 days? Like... Has items. Copy that. Go.
Pretty much the same for the next week.
Psh, lies. What was it the last 3 days? Sounds like you got a cold front moving in at the right time. Yeah. So, in here, the current index node size -1 is return success because we're at the end. But I want to do return success if has items Actually, let me just... Oops. Turn error, if that, and I need has more displays. Has items. Context gets items. Size 0. Greater than 0. If it doesn't have items, and they don't have more displays or that random there, we need to take this. Where was it? I'm gonna have to set this up.
In cooler temps you can concentrate better, should not be too cold though, when it's hot you don't want to do anything.
Nah. It's called air conditioning. Sorry. I know what point you were trying to make. Context set. Checkout. And checkout chance. Min checkout chance, constants. Max checkout chance. Okay.
This is the hour most people have gone to sleep or sleeping. Chat seems quiet.
I mean, yeah, people could be sleeping, people could be co-working, people could be just making breakfast. Like, I don't know. People do what they need. Yeah. So if we do this, return that if exit store, else status success. Interesting. Mostly co-working, having HypnotiK in the background. Yeah. That's called being a gedunt. Get browsed. Exit store. What up, Pluto? How are you? Not has items. And there's no more displays. Or the rand F is greater than rand F range. Constants. Min leave store. Constants. Max leave store. GamDev. Because I finally have time to stream in the morning. Or a game instead. Nice. I'm just quiet because I'm having breakfast. Yeah. I mean, it's nighttime for me, which means most people are just like relaxing. They might be working on their own stuff. They might be streaming themselves. They might be cooking dinner. Or if they're in Europe, they've probably just woken up and they're getting breakfast. They're starting to get themselves set up for the day, whatnot. Or if they're in America, they go to bed around about now, don't they? It's like 2 or 3 a.m. for them, isn't it? What is the time? No, it's approaching 6 a.m. for New York. So east is about 6 a.m. West is about 3 a.m. I would assume. Something like that. I'm American. I'm still awake. Oh my god, Michael. Go to bed. Go to bed, please. So that'll work. So if it's exit store, we return error. Otherwise, if we're not exiting store, we return success. And in New York. I don't need sleep, I need to code. I mean, alright. Alright. It's your health. I I've also worked out my problem with the time being set incorrectly on Windows. BIOS time was set incorrectly. Ah, yeah, that'll do it. Yep. BIOS time needs to be correct. Why does the BIOS even have a time? I mean, are there log files for the BIOS? Does the BIOS log out information? Our whole country is one single zone now, even though we have at least 2 different ones. In summer at 3 to 4, sun is already rising. I think for me, when it's daylight savings in summer, actually no, when it's not daylight savings, I don't know. In summer, the sun comes up at like 5 a.m. Something like that. Maybe a little bit earlier some days. Doesn't go down until like 10 p.m. It's like, oh my god, just go away. We need to get 8 hours of sleep, and you're up for so long. Has items and not has items. If it doesn't have items and it doesn't have more displays, that would have been wrong. Yep. So we can leave that now. And we can do head to counter. Head to counter is just going to be a movement. I'm watching High Bane Remai. It's pretty depressing at a point, but it relates to me so much, and by now I see that it's one of the most beautiful animes I've ever watched. Fair. I've heard that they're coming out with the One Piece. So you've got One Piece, which has so many episodes. So many episodes. Like this thing, over like over 1,000 episodes. It's too much. So they're doing this. Well, they've got the live action that they're doing. They're doing the live action thingamajig, but there's also the One Piece. So like new anime series, The One Piece. It's basically going to be, it's not live action or anything like that. It'll be the same thing as One Piece, but it's going to be faster pacing. So they basically fix up the pacing. They do it in new art style and stuff like that. So people that want to watch it don't have to go through 1,000 episodes to catch up. They can watch this and probably have it as like, a few hundred episodes instead of 1,000. Because I've been watching One Piece from the start, and my god, there are some episodes where I'm like, 5 minutes of that was new information. Why couldn't you just give me that? Stop giving me flashbacks to things that happened like 10 episodes ago. I know what happened 10 episodes ago. Let's move on. Keep going. A lot of One Piece is just filler anyway. So a new, more condensed version makes sense. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Let's do... What do we want to do here? They head to counter. This needs to go through a whole movement phase. Which will be very similar to checkouts. It'll be very similar to this. All right. So we can do this. If counter is null,
Are you doing any workouts nowadays?
yeah, I'm doing exercise. I exercise in that 5 hour break. Today was mostly upper. Did some push-up sets, did some did a fair amount of tricep stuff. Did some kettlebell rows, did some tricep overheads, tricep kickbacks, some chest presses, push-ups. I did work in some core, so did some like twists with the 12 kilo kettlebell, like basically sitting in a V, legs off the ground, back off the ground, like rotating with the weight, keeping yourself from falling backwards, whatnot. There was a little bit of cardio as well. There was something else I did as well, but I forget. I forget what it was. Something. Highbane Renmai goes about themes like depression and guilt, but it still manages to be so beautiful and resonant, and actually bringing you through the life of the characters. It's pretty cool. Interesting. I'll have to look that one up.
Can you do Turkish get up?
What's Turkish get up? I can just Google it, can't I? That looks very easy. Not gonna lie. Like this looks very easy. It depends on the weight, obviously, but I mean, I can probably do that with my 12 kilo. It doesn't seem like it'd be that difficult. Also by the same person who made Serial Experiments Lane, which is also pretty good. I have not heard of that one either. I know like the ones that I've been told about that I should watch, which I'm going to throw these onto the list now. High School of the Dead and Fairy Tale are two that I need to get up to speed with as well, apparently. It looks easy. Do it with heavy weight. Yeah. Like the way you make it more difficult is by doing heavier weight. That's the idea, isn't it? Alright, so what we'll do from here.
How about muscle ups?
Muscle ups. Not really seeing anything through there that this thing. It depends on how I do it. So I've seen people do this where they swing themselves. They like give themselves some upward momentum via like a little bit of a thrust first. And then they go up. Like I can do it that way. But just going from here and like using my muscles and no other momentum to like pull myself up. No, not happening. So I can do it the cheat way. I can't do it the non-cheat way.
Swinging is for beginners. Without swinging is the proper way.
Yeah, without swinging is the proper way. As I said, the cheat way and the non-cheat way. Should be fairly easy for you, being just a head and disconnected hands. That's right. Yep, totally, 100% true. What note-taking app you're using? Is this Obsidian? This here is Obsidian. This is indeed Obsidian on the left side. This is NeoVim. Yep. I'm the cheapest Gidun. G'day. G'day, you Gidun. How you doing, Scott? I don't care about queue number. This here. Where do you store? Okay, bad sleeping night. Where is this? So if I just comment this out. Oh, GC8 down. And then we'll copy, paste. Probably should have just used the toggle thingamajig. Not get purchase queue, but rather get counter. Get purchase counter. We're going to go sale counter. We're going to do that. Get purchase counter. This one here can just do a pick random. No, it can't. No, it can't. It can do a pick random. No, it can't. Never mind. Get dialogue pause. Actually, get dialogue counter. Sale counter equals sale counters filter. The function return counter waiting NPC null. If counter's size what the hell just happened there? What are you doing, Nightbot? Oh, you posted a link. Did you post a link? I don't think you did. Did that, what? That just deleted all of your message because of that. What the hell? I didn't post a link. Stop posting link. There's more where that came from. Stop posting links. Warning. What? I don't even have links enabled. I'm not logged into it on that. I don't even have links as something you can post on YouTube. I think it's because I didn't add a space between a word and a period. Oh, it.its. That's stupid. I'm changing that. I'm fixing that right now. Does it still hate standard vector? Probably. All right. You know what I haven't done yet? I haven't done my daily Akari. Yeah, I need to correct that Pluto. My bad. Okay. Okay. Woot woot. A minute 38. I like Daily Akari. Very good. Okay. What else do we have? All right. All right. We got some more stuff and some more letters. Let's do what? Ride. And one more. We'll probably go clump. Okay. We need to start solving them now. So it's going to be drone.
And there was much rejoicing.
How are you not drone? You're going to be drove, aren't you? You prick. All right. Fine. We miss a word. Jeez. This is O at the end. That's Rhino. Damn it. I have a wireless Logitech mouse, and they've recently updated their software to report the exact power usage the device is reporting. So it's currently using 5 milliwatts. Yeah. Megawatts is a capital M. It's a strong M. It's a mega M. Return. Although, what do people suggest that we do in Munich? Need stuff to do. What can we do? Checkout's not the one we need to alter. This one's the one we need to alter. It's not picking a random one. It's get dialogue counter. And what we can do... set up a variable for dialogue NPC. Dialogue NPC gets set there. This one here, we get rid of that. We go... counter dialogue NPC equals NPC. And the mouse's battery capacity is about one watt hour. That's a lot of hours. That's true. That's true. Well, now, is it always using 5 milliwatts? Even when the PC's turned off? Yeah. I think it turns itself off. Nice. I should probably start doing that with mine. Should probably start turning it off when I'm not using the machine. I mean, mine's a wireless one as well, but it's always plugged in. So even when I'm not using the PC, it should still be getting a charge. It should still be getting enough to stop it from draining. I hope. It hasn't died yet, so I guess. And what we've got... I don't need to worry about this. New achievement unlocked. Speechless Hypno. I mean... yes. That is correct. I am often speechless. It's when I'm deep in thought, okay? When I'm deep in thought. I think we can just have it look forward. Look at... just gonna be... the NPC global position plus vector 3 forward. And it sucks that under TOS you're not allowed to show multi-stream chat on stream. Correct. I can show each chat individually, though. Well, I can show Twitch's chat and then every other chat combined. So, like what I could do is with this thing over here in the corner, I could set this up to be taller, like a little bit taller, like up to here or something, like half the screen sort of thing, and then split it in half, have Twitch chat down here, and then have all the other chats up here. Yeah, it's just a Twitch issue because of their multi-streaming BS. I'm sure it'll change before too long. I don't think it will. Twitch is doing this thing where they just like shoot themselves in the foot continuously at the moment. That seems to be their approach. Like, I don't know why. I don't get it. But yeah, that's... Hello, Asterton. How are you doing? Fantastic Game Boy assembly developer in the house. Puts me to shame. Give you a shout out. How is the game going? I assume you're smashing it. Gotten all the bugs fixed. Remember when the ad incentive program came out and some creators had like 50k a month for running the max amount of ads? Those times were wild, yeah. Those were wild. Those were very, very wild. You doing good? Good to hear.
I'm eating watermelon just out of the fridge.
Nice. Very nice. I mean, that's the best way to enjoy watermelon. Cold and from the fridge. The game's going pretty good. At a point where it looks like a game, and if it wasn't so short, I could probably have fun with it. Fair enough. So now you've just got to build out the actual game world and the levels and stuff like that. Oh my god, Wardstone, what a surprise. Who could have seen this coming? Ward told us to tell you, bah. Well, you know what I say to that? I say to that, bah. Also, g'day you gidunts, how are we doing? What's going on, y'all? Thanks for the raid, Wardstone. Tell everyone what you were doing. That's right, Lupo. Another Aussie has shown up. G'day you gidunt yag, how you doing? I am updating our behavior tree for our NPCs. So we've added this pick random, and we've got this dialogue here, which runs through and has these things. So we're currently setting up this one, and then we've got to set up these three as well. But yeah, see how we go. It's been lovely. I am safe. Are you safe? Are you safe? Hello. How are you doing? How is the ward in the stone? The ward in the stone. I like that. You did make it. G'day, Goob. How are you? There's a huge party up my street, so it's going to be a loud night. Well, that sucks. Want to buy sleep. I mean, that's fair. If only we could buy sleep. Oh my god. Oh my god. Things are good. Hope you're doing good too. I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. Want to buy sleep? 3,000 gold pieces. God damn it. Hello, Harish. How are you doing? Yes, I am using NeoVim as my IDE for Godot. I'm not using the inbuilt Godot IDE. Some people call me weird. Some people call me Maurice. I don't know these people, but I'm sure they're out there, you know? They probably exist. Hey, Maurice. So, I've decided there are 3 things people can call me. People can call me HypnotiK, or HypnotiK Games, like whatever, just HypnotiK. Or you can call me Sean, HypnotiK, Sean, or the Fantastico Mustachio. Those are the 3 things I will allow people to call me. Yep. As long as they don't call you late for dinner, am I right? Oh no, I will definitely be late to dinner. Yep. Being late to dinner is the only way you can check out the other person that's shown up for dinner, so you can decide if you're going to come up with a reason for not going or not. That's correct, Asterton. Fantastico Mustachio. Can you explain what are the benefits of using an IDE rather than the built-in Godot code editor? Can you still drag and drop of Godot objects here? You can't drag and drop of Godot objects here, at least not on my system, because I'm on 2 different workspaces, so I can't drag between the workspaces. The main reason why I'm using NeoVim is to get used to NeoVim, so that when we've finished this game and everything's wrapped up, I can do code, like I can use this IDE, I can use NeoVim for code in other game engines, as well as for just general coding in any other language. So I don't have to worry about doing multiple IDEs or anything like that. I just use NeoVim for all coding and text editing and whatnot. Yeah. That's the only reason I do it. Well, what up, Ape? How's the game coming along? It's coming along well. We have set up this dialogue here, which is just kind of our temporary styling that we've applied to it, so that we can test out the NPC selling an item to the player. And then once we've got that done, we are very close to being able to do a trailer. So we need to get this done, but in order to do this, we need to do the behavior tree for the NPC to trigger the dialogue and the back and forth with the pricing and such. So once we've got this stuff done, which should be done by the end of tomorrow at this rate, we've really just got the product images, the delivery box decals, so decals to go on top of the box to say what item's in there and how many of that item are in there. UI icons to indicate what needs to be pressed when, like, for each action and such, as well as some modeling changes. So we've just got this modeling change here, and That's it. That modeling change, those UI items, and this behavior tree. Once those things are done, we create the trailer. Did you figure out the issue with snapping for the shelves? I think it was the last I saw you working on. We got most of that sorted. The only thing we haven't gotten sorted is so we can snap the 2 single shelves next to each other on any side and from the back. We can snap the double shelf next to any of the single shelves. We can snap those things against the other displays as well, and the other counters and whatnot. But for some reason, something to do with how the double shelf works, trying to place a single shelf next to a double shelf from a specific direction causes it to rotate incorrectly or just not snap at all. So there's something weird going on there that we still need to figure out. But I can make a trailer without fixing that. And my goal right now is to get things to a point that I can make a trailer for the game. And then get the Steam page set up and running. And then we can figure out those bugs. We can finish off the 3D modeling, finish off the UI work, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, that's the idea. That's the plan of attack. Is it Myovin? No. So I'm using Neovin. Yeah. So what do we have here? We have dialogue counter. And then we do agent move. Actually, I should probably double check the checkouts. Okay, yeah, it doesn't set the target position at all in there. Get next path in position. Queuing, NPC queuing, this is what's going to set the target position there. So what we need to do under head to counter, I need this to go NPC nav agent, target position is NPC counter dialogue pause. Global position. I can also get rid of... Actually, no, I do need that. Okay, so we can do this. Let's see. Got that set. You I don't need to worry about. That'll be fine. Up here, I want to go if NPC counter is null, we can return status error. What that'll do is dialogue will receive an error. It's not running. If it's not running, we go into here. And this will determine if it's going to propagate error up or if it's going to return success. Yep, cool. So that just causes it to break out of this loop because it's like we actually don't have any counters between the time of doing this check here and getting the counter here. There was something else that took that. Has dialogue counters. Return sale counters any. Counter, sale counter. Dialogue NPC, null. So I just want to know if any of them have the dialogue NPC as null. And it's very unlikely that we're going to end up in that state, but just in case, you got to account for it just in case. Never know what the problem's going to be. So apart from this, what was the next one? It was wait for interact, wasn't it? Evaluate context. So this will need to wait for the player to interact with them. So how am I going to get this set up? Because my current interaction system, I can do that. So what could we have this do? I don't want to put them into a... Yeah, there's no state machine, so there's no dialogue state for me to transition them into. I could set them to a waiting. So I could go like so. How does... Let's do that. So you go NPC dialogue waiting is true. Actually, if NPC... Actually, no. Dialogue waiting is true. We'll go... No. Shit. I need a way to detect if the dialogue... So, if they're waiting for a dialogue interaction. So we could go... We can use context for this. Dialogue waiting. Actually, no. If it doesn't have dialogue waiting, then we set it to true against the NPC. And we also set it against here. And the reason we do that is so that we can have a check up here. Actually, no, we can have a check down here. That's gonna run, this will run the first time it enters this state, or this behavior. And then, so it'll set dialogue waiting against the NPC. And then, on the NPC, we can set up an interact. This will emit a signals dialogue, setup dialogue, emit, and then that needs to emit with the dictionary and whatnot. Dialogue details, dictionary. Schmog, welcome back. How are you doing? Dialogue type. For now, that's just going to be dialogue type cell. And this just be type. Need to create. We need to select data to populate this dictionary. Still working on the game thingy? Yes, I am. You know I am. And this will go if NPC. Actually, return status running if NPC dialogue waiting. Else, we return status success. That's simple and straightforward enough. Which now means we go into here. We emit that. I'm also going to go dialogue waiting, false. Wait for end is going to do a similar thing to this. Evaluate context dictionary. Export var NPC. Actually, if there's not waiting, we're going to return status success, but we're also going to do context erase dialogue waiting. Get rid of all that. Oops. Okay. I will say behavior trees are really nice. Has anyone else here worked with a behavior tree before? They are fantastic. What up, Gabriel? Evaluating? Indeed. Indubitably. They are beautiful. Yeah, they are. They are so helpful. There we are. Starts to actually feel like AI a bit, doing their own thing, reacting, etc. When you get complicated enough, that's correct. Yeah. I've worked with state charts add-on before. There's a... What is this state charts? Godot state charts. Godot state charts is an extension for Godot Engine 4 or later that allows you to use state charts in your game. State charts are similar to finite state machines, but they are more powerful and avoid the state explosion problem of traditional FSMs. What the hell is a state explosion problem? Okay, I see. So it breaks it out into movement and animation control stuff. And then, like, underneath there, you have your movement states and... Yep. I can see that. It's up to you how you break it up. Interesting. That's interesting. It's just that the transitions are expressed as conditional if nodes instead. Yeah. Yeah, true. Ow. Wait for end. This will need to set up a signals.
Have you finished Hollow Knight yet?
Nope. I am stuck on the second encounter with Hornet. Very, very frustrating. Very, very frustrating. I'm going to connect this to... Breathe off int. I'm going to do... Oh, you need... We need to connect this to a function for counter offer. Are signals in Godot their form of event-driven communication? Signal slots, events listeners. Yes, that is correct, Gabriel. So a signal is something that can be listened to or emitted from anywhere, basically. Or you can, like, if I was to set up a signal here, then anything that has reference to this node can call this signal and emit the signal. And anything that has been connected via this and have a function hooked up will be notified whenever that signal is emitted. This one's still around. Super Meat Boy, yeah. Super Meat Boy ain't going nowhere. Especially with the fact that Super Meat Boy 3D is a thing that's coming up. Being released next year. Super Meat Boy 3D. That's a Mario pipe. I'm glad they kept his cheeks. Yeah. It wouldn't be the same if they didn't keep the cheeks. Being developed by the same people? Yeah. Team Meat. Yeah. They have made their money off Super Meat Boy. Super Meat Boy, Super Meat Boy Forever, Rift of the Meat Boy, Super Meat Boy Manager's Special, Indie Game the Movie Bundle, Super Meat Boy Race Mode, and now Super Meat Boy 3D. They have found what they're good at. They have found what their people like, and they are going for it. It's good to see.
I wonder which engine they are using. Madchi MM.
Super Meat Boy 3D game engine. Uses Unreal Engine 5. It looks like it's using Unreal Engine 5 at least. Yeah, seems like it's Unreal Engine. Although there's two places that say it that I don't really trust. One's MSN and the other's just a random blog. Very interesting indeed, Lupo. Super duper interesting. What's doing here? That's right, the counter offer. How are we going to connect this up? Actually, offer received. Let's do that. Offer received. Counter offers an int. How am I going to get the previous offer? Because the details are set up here. I could... Interesting. If I have caps lock on, player counter or player offer. So if I have caps lock on, I can just do this without shift. Otherwise, I need to hold down shift and do that. Interesting. J-Boy should have gone 3D with his braid too, probably, instead of just repolishing it. I mean, it really depends on how they want it played, because changing Super Meat Boy to 3D, the gameplay does change a lot. Like, it's a big change. And it's not so much like it's not a remake of the game, like a remaster. So if you polish a game up and release it with better graphics and such, you've just remastered it. Whereas if you were to release it in 3D, you'd have to come up with a sequel. You have to come up with a storyline that goes with that. And if Braid was developed, I've never played Braid, but if it was developed so that the end of the game was the end of the story and there's nothing after it, you can't create a new story. Still needs Super Meat Boy 4K remaster? True. 3D looks so good. I heard it's new devs though. Hopefully they pass the torch properly. I mean, it's still by Team Meat, so they probably have new developers working on it with the original team. So like if I go, oh, damn it, Super Meat Boy 3D. So you can see the developer is Sluggerfly and Team Meat. Team Meat being the original makers of Super Meat Boy. And Sluggerfly did Hellpie, Ben and Ed. That's it. But they seem to be 3D parkour, 3D platformer. So these guys have experience in 3D platformer, parkour type stuff. So they're a good choice to help out the Team Meat devs that did the game in 2D, transition it into a 3D. How am I going to get this connected up now? He was saying the Anniversary Edition sales were absolutely trash, which sounds like he expected it to be like a new game. Hence my previous remark. Nah, an Anniversary Edition, anytime it's an Anniversary Edition, it's more like you're re-releasing a better quality graphic version. You're releasing an updated version to appeal to a new audience that potentially wasn't there when the game initially released. So here we go, Braid. This was released 2009. So Anniversary Edition probably would have been 2019 sort of thing. And that would have been like hey, here's a new, like, here's a game that was made a while ago, new graphics and such. It's been updated to run on modern hardware in a more performant manner, so that other people that weren't playing games 10 years beforehand might see it and go, hey, let's pick this up. It's similar to Celeste that came out last year. Let's try it, because when it was released, it was 2019. When is Joe Boy gonna release? When is J Blow gonna release another game? Good question. The next time he's streaming, you should ask. Yeah. I've worked in his streams a few times. That would require him to read chat most of the time. It does every now and then. It was my 15-year anniversary. The game was like 2008. When did he release the Anniversary Edition? Because like on Steam, the game's listed as 2009. So generally an Anniversary Edition would be 10 years He might have done a 15-year anniversary edition and released it last year. But yeah. Instead of tangenting, I just enjoy watching people play The Witness for the first time. The Witness. What is The Witness? I feel like I've seen. Oh yes, this one with the puzzles. Yeah. I actually saw another video earlier today where it was it was Pirate Software playing this, and the caption on the thumbnail, I didn't watch the video, but the caption on the thumbnail was another puzzle solved after going to the toilet or something like that. Yeah, so it was a 15-year anniversary. I thought it was funny. That was funny. Jay would do a great job on this one. Wait, this is J-Blow. That's Thekla Inc. Braid Anniversary Edition. Okay, that's under Thekla. But if you go... Okay, cool. Because I know, like, Braid is under Number None. Alright. So... Obviously, I was like, well, hang on. But why are they separate? His own language and engine. Yeah, I've seen some of those. Streams. Not library, go there. Oh, Jedham! G'day, you gadunts! How the frickety frack are you doing? How are we all? Welcome in. I'm HypnotiK, if you don't know me. I'm working on my Bobble Shop Sim. I'm still streaming Skate, that's correct. And I'm having ads hit, like, right now, because Jedham raided right as the ads are coming in. So... That's correct. 1 more hour to go, Small. Hello, Raticide. How are you doing? Hello, Anima. And good night, Skate. How you doing, Jedham? How'd the rest of the stream go? A star head. That's right. I am a head, but I'm also hands. I need hands so that I can do things like, Otherwise, how else am I going to think? I can't think if I'm not stroking the beard. You know? But yes, we're working on some updates to our NPC behavior tree, so that they can go into a dialogue setup as well. So yeah, we're working on that at the moment, and I've put myself in a corner with this. So yeah. Twas good. I just kept animating and getting distracted. Yeah, I know that answer. Things going well? Oh, that answers that. Things are going well. Like, what we've done so far is we've set up this dialogue one here, which basically checks if it's running dialogue or if it should exit out and restart the loop. Head to counter just finds a counter for them to move to, and then moves them towards that counter, and then waits while they're at that counter. And then when the player interacts with them, it goes into this state and it displays this UI here with the trade, sale, buy, interaction thing. And that's where we're up to. I've now got to connect this up so that when the player does a counter offer, this goes, oh yeah, no, I can work on this. God damn, this is one of the most magnificent mustaches I have ever seen. One of? I mean, I know there's a lot out there, like mustache competitions. I mean, look at these things. Like, god damn, that one, he's just got a beak. Like, this dude's entire look. I'm sure you've seen Jim Carrey's portrayal in Lemony Snicket's, as well as Gangs of New York. Okay, this guy here looks like Jim Carrey series of unfortunate events. Looks like him crossed with him. No, him crossed with him gets you him. It's the same person.
Look up Jim Carrey in Sonic Hedgehog.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yeah, Jim Carrey and Sonic the Hedgehog is you're talking Jim Carrey Eggman. But yeah, it's the good mustache. Like, it goes from a like mustache to
Are you going for that look?
a proper mustache. I'm not going for this look. No. I'm going for the world record. I'm getting this to 1 meter long. Once this is at 1 meter long, I'm gonna like cut it back down. Like, it's gonna like shrink back down after 1 meter. Goals indeed. Goals indeed. Oh yeah, hang on. You didn't told me if you get familiar with some game engines because I want to do some reinforcement learning in AI. I completely missed that last message, Smarg. I don't know if you're still there, but there's too many chats to focus on. I don't need a previous offer. Yes, I do. I need to know the previous offer. Shit. How do you prevent food sticking? Well, the good thing is, because the mustache is like all out of the mouth, it's all like up here and like bending away, and everything down here is just like going away by default. I don't need to worry about that. I make sure that what I'm eating isn't so big that when I go to put it in my mouth, it doesn't fit. So that's one thing. You know, you make sure that you have a properly sized bite when you go to eat. Because, you know, if you're having like steak and mashed potato, for example, you don't want so much mashed potato that it's gonna like not go in your mouth and get on the beard and such. Like, yeah. Burgers are a different thing. A burger I will eat only like before I shower. So I shower in the afternoons between my 2 streams. All right. So if I'm going to have a burger, it's going to be for lunch. I'll have the burger for lunch and then I'll shower so that if there's any sauce or anything in the mustache or beard, I can get rid of it. It is a flavor saver, Raticide. How you doing, Mungalo? What's going on? I had a colleague with majestic mustache who called it his flavor saver. That's, yeah. Wait, flavor saver or flavor savior? Because there's a difference between flavor saver and flavor savior. Yeah. Also, so everyone's aware, we're doing a charity stream on the first day that Silksong releases. It's gonna be 15 hours, all right? And you get to see me rage at that game for 15 hours, all right? I may have an aneurysm on that day, but whatever. The other thing is I will accept 3 names. I will accept people calling me by 3 different names. So, not including my title. Like you can refer to me as Gedunt. That's not a name. That's just that's like saying mate. Like it's not a name. So, people can call me either HypnotiK, Sean, or the Fantastico Mustachio. All right? Those are the 3 things people can call me. How am I getting the previous offer onto this? The Fantastico Mustachio. Damn right. Damn right. I spelled that so wrong. Yeah, you left an O out of the mustachio. It should be M-O-U. Fantastico, I mean, you can spell it with a P-H or an F. Either or. You know, depends if you want it to be fat or not. That is some old slang. Oh my god. I can't believe I used that. Oh, jeez. That slang's showing my age right there. Alright. What are you doing for the rest of the night, Jedam? Got big plans or anything? Gonna have dinner? Already had dinner? Just gonna go to bed? I think what's the movements? I don't know what I'm gonna be doing with this. How can I get this? How can I get the previous price that we offered? I could have it just in the signal. Alright. There we go. Right now I've ordered some Mickey D's and I'm sitting here and stuff my face while I watch Floating Head and Hands. Watch a Floating Head and Hands, so some word spaghetti. God damn. I think you need some extra commas in there, I think. The flavor saver. Yep. Yep. That was some nice word spaghetti though. All that word spaghetti needed, Jedem, was some sauce. You're currently bored? Well, get involved, chill. Get involved. Throw some jokes out there. Have a dig at me. Like, go for it. Let's have some banter back and forth. Or come up with a way to do this. Because my brain is stuck. It's shutting down slowly. Shit, this is the wrong thing. Dialogue. So in here we do offer amount. But we want to do... ask price. Yes, ask price is the ask, and offer is the amount the player has offered. That's what we need to do with that. So from here, I need to come up with a calculation for... hang on, that's what I need to do. So we'll take market price, previous price, and new price. So market price, previous price, and whatever it's called. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking. You get it. Yeah. Info market price text will be that float multiplied by 100 do it as an int. You know what? I'll make this easier. Rather than doing that calculation every single goddamn time. We can set... What are we setting here? Where is it? Up here. Up here. Up here. Here we are. No. Down here. Down here. Down here is where we are. Aphonia, how are you doing? Finally, my account got recovered. After a few weeks watching without getting points. Oof. That's unfortunate. Glad to hear your account got recovered. What happened? Did you lose the password? Did someone hack it? Like, what happened? And how are you doing, you Gadunt? We're doing fantastic here. I was wondering why you hadn't been around for a while. I was like, that a Phonia? That a Phonia? Where have they been? They ditched us. But no. No, you haven't. Addict. Offered rarity. Damn it. Offer market price, that's it. Okay. Wait for end. Here we are. So let's keep doing this. We'll also have a signals accept and a signals refuse. Yeah. For an odd reason, the two-factor identification didn't work, and it had only one way. Every time I tried, it told that it sent to the second factor, but I got no message with code. Only now it finally worked. Interesting. That sounds sus. Looks like my word spaghetti has gone to the shit now that I read that back. I had the same issue for 2 weeks, couldn't until I contacted customer service. Where are you from? Yeah, that's weird. Could have been a telco issue. That's true. That would have been interesting though if it was a telco issue. Like service provider sort of stuff. Let's go dialogue complete. Dialogue complete. Get rid of those. No idea. They don't tell what might be the issue. Turn around. Nice, Aphonia. Mean to say you're the old lady behind me? That's what you think. You've clearly never seen the movie Master of Disguise. That movie is so fucking bad. When you watch that movie these days, it's like, that's... That's not good. It's like watching Robin Hood Men in Tights these days. There's still some things in there that are funny, but most of it's like, yeah, that didn't age well. Like with the duel. There. Oh, there it goes. Yeah. The thumb's now back. That's right. Dialogue waiting is false. Yes, perfect. First time I saw the Robin Hood Man in tights, I laughed so hard. Of course, was a kid then. Yeah, same here. Same here. Catch the Blinken the blind guy catches a fly, or no, catches a dart or an arrow in midair, and they're like, "How did you do that?" Like, I heard it coming from a mile away. Well done. Who said that? Stupid shit like that. It's like the guy. I think it's Dave Chappelle's character. Dave Chappelle's character that's called a Chew. Oh, there's so much stupid stuff in that. What up, Fira? How are you? Welcome in. Moving castle is funny too. I think that's all we need to do for that. We do need to disconnect these three as well. Even though I kind of feel bad that barely good movies are coming out lately. After so many years of me and my family still watching old movies like over 20 years old. Yep. Yep. One of the best movies ever is Office Space. Such a good movie. that there just explains everyday office life. Such a good movie. What else was there? Idiocracy's great. Idiocracy's fantastic. Watched that one recently. It's great. Yeah. Office Space is...
I am watching Young Frankenstein. It is kinda in the same veins as the Robin Hood.
Yes. Yes. Young Frankenstein. Yeah. And this had Gene Wilder. Yeah. Gene Wilder was great. That helicopter is flying real low. Kung Pao. Yep. Kung Pao, Enter the Fist. Yep. We taught him how to fight wrong as a joke. I'm bleeding more. That makes me the victor. Such a great movie. Just looking at all of this stuff. Looking at all of this stuff is amazing. The cow fight. The tongue that has a face. The kick behind him. Oh, God.
Speaking of Kung Fu, have you seen Kung Fu Hustle?
Yes, Kung Fu Hustle is great as well. Yeah. Kung Fu Hustle is one of those things where it's like, yes, there's a lot of Kung Fu movies out there that overplay them, like Enter the Dragon and stuff like that. And then this one just takes it to the extreme. Where it's like, yes, they're being overblown with all of the Kung Fu, with like people flying through the air and doing like 40 kicks in the air, sort of thing. But they take it to the extreme. And it's crazy how Idiocracy got everything right so far, except social media, which wasn't a thing back then. Yeah. Yeah, true. It's very true. Once a company purchases the FDA and the FCC, America is truly at that point in Idiocracy. So, yeah. You just need someone like Walmart or someone like that, or Amazon, to buy the FDA or the FCC. And yeah, you're done for. Welcome to Twitch. I love you. Ah, nice work, Bryn. That's good. Technically, they are run by company owners of that kind right now. But they're not owned by, like, it's still a government entity kind of thing. It's not outright owned by them. Yeah. It's still ridiculous. Don't get me wrong, it is still ridiculous. So what we need in here new offer. I'm just going to set that to preview for now. This is going to do a signals offer. No, dialogue update. Wait. Hang on. How are you doing? Brinitiative? That's it, isn't it? Yeah, Brinitiative. Yep. Depends on if you think that decapitating those branches of government and staffing them with flunkies is still being run by... Well, that's why I had air quotes. US Department of Education is run by former CEO of WWE Wrestling. Well, yeah. You got it right both times. Bryn also works. Cool. Cool. I like it. I'll make sure to try and remember. I'm at a point in the day where my brain is just starting to shut down. It's 9:30 p.m. So, yeah. Forgive me if I'm acting a bit loopy. Update dialogue. So we do need an update dialogue, which just handles updating the price. Okay. Okay, signals, update dialogue, emit, new offer. Ooh, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. I also go around as Ecliptic Games, but on a mobile. Nice, I'll keep an eye out for you. Working on a dialogue manager? No, I'm not. But thank you for the follow, first off. With that follow, you have elevated your status to Gedunt. It stands for good unt. There's a missing letter in there that you can figure out. Yeah. Gedunt. So, introduce yourself to people. Tell people. All that sort of stuff. They need to know. It's important work that we're doing. Alright? This isn't a dialogue manager. I literally just have this dialogue script here that manages that dialogue window, manages what values are set against the different things and what happens when the player presses a button, basically. This here is the NPC's thingamajig. Behaviour. This is the NPC's behaviour when they're on it. I shall have it embroidered on all my garments. Well, we may be ahead of you with that. Okay? We may very well be ahead of you with that. Okay? You can get stickers. Yeah. All of this is AU pricing as well. Like, just calm down. Like, now it's USD pricing. All right? So, yeah. We have mugs, which are the best mugs in the world. That's all I can say on that. So, the big thing we need to do next is under the NPC. We need to deal with this. What up, Blue? I have a bug, but I can't prove it exists. Ah, you have a Heisen bug. Yes. Are they embroidered by a manservant? I mean, probably. Probably. It all depends. It all depends on if you consider machinery to be male. Yeah. Heisenbugs are the worst. Yeah. We need to set up these details next. Need to do, what is it? Offered and requested. Yeah, requested and offered. So we need data and rarity. Enums, rarity, common, just for now, you know. So I need to pick the data twice, but I'm gonna move this up here. But now it's gonna be this. It'll pick one at random down the track. What types do we have in here, actually? 0, 1, 2, 3. 0, 1, 2, 3. Ooh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Congrats, you too are now a Gedunt. Make sure... Whoa. Make sure to tell people that you're a Gedunt. Okay? G''DUNT stands for good unt. With a C right in the middle. Yeah. Tell your boss. Your boss will love it. They may or may not give you a pay rise. Okay? Only one way to find out, and that's by telling them. Yeah. How's it going? It's going great, Code. How's it going for you? I know what we can do. We can go... game state, shop settings, regular bubbles, that's a dictionary, isn't it? Values, pick random. Pick random. Now, the reason there's two pick randoms in there is because if we go here, it's a dictionary which has a key of Bobble category mapping to an array. So we're picking a random... We're picking a random array from the values array, and then we're picking a random from that array. Yeah. I don't have a boss. I'm an indie developer. Well, tell yourself. Tell yourself you're a Gedunt, and if you're a Gedunt, make sure to give your employee a raise. Bam! That there is a win-win-win. Convert these to use weighted values. There we go. Now, the issue here is you could end up with the same bobble. Could end up with the same bobble. Array of item data. Gonna be game state, shop settings, regular bobbles, values, pick random. Game state, shop settings, regular bobbles, values, pick random. Offer data equals offer bobbles, pick random. Get rid of all this. Get rid of this one and do offer data. What are you making improving? I am making a bobblehead shop simulator. So we've got this store here. I should probably open up the full scene here. Here's our full scene. So this is the game. This is the world sort of thing. You have, it's your standard shop sim. NPCs come in, they buy stuff off you, they trade stuff with you and things like that. You can expand your store up to there. I'm going to do a free upgrade afterward, which changes this second level to be something that you can upgrade into as well. You've got your cash register and your FPOS. You can you can rent a wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man, which is this guy. You can rent this for a day, put it out the front of the store, and it attracts customers into your store. And yes, it does wave wackily. Yeah. Look at him go. Look at him go. Yes, it's shop sim. It's bobbleheads. So instead of trading cards or groceries or whatnot, it's little bobbleheads, little, like you hit them on the head and they go, blue, that sort of thing. They have different rarities as well. So you get mystery boxes, and those mystery boxes will, like, you'll open them up. You might get a good bobble. You might get a bad bobble. Knows. And then, yeah, you can either sell the boxes, the mystery boxes, to the NPCs, or you can open up the boxes and collect each of the bobbles in each of the different rarities for yourself. And you can sell the bobbles that you take out of the box. So you can sell them for more than, like, potentially you can sell them for more than what the actual mystery box is worth. So, yeah. The wacky motion affects the Earth's rotation itself to actively move customers to the shop. Damn right. Also, that billboard over there, this billboard over here, is going to have a billboard ad that you can rent for a day that will attract even more customers into the store. And there's also a radio ad. You can get a radio ad, hence the little radio down there. And the radio ad will actually play through the day. So you'll hear the bobblehead radio ad. That your name of your store goes there. I need to change this up so that it doesn't have Bobble Shop Simulator there, but instead has, like, Agria Bobbles or something like that. What's the asset pack? I am using the Cinti City pack. So, well, I'm using a couple. So we've got the Cinti store, which we are using. Come on. We're using this pack. We're using this pack here. I'm also using the bobbleheads. The bobbleheads are actually Kenny assets. These guys. These are our bobbleheads at the moment. I'm creating more bobbleheads, and I'm using these as a base. So all of the bobbleheads are going to be like these blocky kind of bobbles. So yeah, I want to release the demo with 10 bobbleheads in each category. So we have casual bobbles, which are like, yes, casual people. Professional bobbles, which are like your police officer, fireman, scientist, that type of stuff. And then we've got the athletic bobbles, which, like, that will be like sport players, like a tennis player, a golfer, a soccer player, basketball player, that type of stuff. And then we have the hero and villain bobbles. And those are the agreeer bobbles and the disagreeer bobbles. The agreeer bobbles, this is where it gets amazing, all right? The heroes, or the agreeer bobbles, get it? Agreeables, agreeer bobbles. So the slap, they slap sense into people. Pac-Man, they put people back in their box. Manager Mel, they are the manager that deals with annoying customers and whatnot. Fact checker, they know the facts. They counter people that are lying and spitting out falsities and whatnot. And then you've got the villains. So you've got Karen. Karen is a villain. They want to speak to the manager. Then you've got the parking inspector. You can't park here. So they're the person that like goes up to people that are parking their car being like, you can't park here. This is a private neighborhood. All that kind of shit. Then you've got the guard, which is like the pain in the ass people that like when you're walking out of the store, they're like, excuse me, did you pay for that? And it's like, just fucking get out. All these kinds. So all of these people are going to be based on different types of Karens. Okay? All of the disagreeables are different kinds of Karens. And the heroes are just people that keep putting the Karens into their place. That's it. That's it. And we're going to have comics. We're going to have comics that are about the hero and villain bobbles. So, and these comics, you're going to be able to get them in game. And you're going to be able to sell them as a product in the game. But you can also buy real life versions of the comics. And you can read the comics in real life. Yeah. I love that Karen is an official villain archetype. Damn right. Oh, damn right. So I need to rework this story. I feel like this one can probably be like number 2. Well, number 2 will be what can the second comic be? The Awakening is going to be like when the Agreeables form. The Agreeables form because the Karens are just being far too Karen-like. So the Agreeables form out of a sheer necessity to like stand up to them. This one here can be... Oh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Congrats, you're officially a Gedunt. That means good unt. Okay, there's a C in the middle that's missing there. You can figure out the rest. You can piece it together. You're a smart cookie. All right? Make sure to tell people the next time you're at a cafe getting a coffee or a tea or whatever it is you drink, make sure to go get a I'm a Gedunt. Yeah. Are you from Australia? Heck yeah. You know it. You know it. The game has lore. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. And I want to set it up so that like the first 100 people to buy the game get a version of this comic, the version of The Awakening, which is... It'll have like a special cover. You know? So that way the first people that get the game also get a collector comic. Would you look at that? I'm doing something where you actually get something for being an early purchaser, you know? Not like these AAA companies that are like, oh, if you pre-order this game, we're going to give you digital artwork. Thanks. Hate it when they do that. And then I can sell the collector comic for big bucks. And then, Cavino, because you're selling the collector comic for big bucks, I can go up to I can go up to Netflix and be like, hey, do you want to create an animated series based on my Agreeables? And then I get big bucks because I make a deal with Netflix. And then we make a horror game about the Agreeables. And then we get Netflix to do a live action movie about the Agreeables because of the horror game. And then Netflix is going to be like, no, we want to make 12. Ads are like that, yag. That's right. If Netflix say no, then I'll just animate the series myself. And I'll voice the series myself and get other people to voice characters as well. And then we'll just throw it up on YouTube. And we'll just make a shit ton of money through YouTube. Yeah. And then Netflix will go, oh my god, we missed out on a cash cow. Okay, we'll buy it. We'll do it. Yeah. 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 It's exactly how it's going to happen, too. 2 people put up everything. Like the ASDF movie. Are you talking about the FNAF movie? I don't know the ASDF movie. But yes, like the FNAF movie. Exactly like the FNAF movie. I'll have to look it up. Quest Bobbles. I'll do a pick random for now. It's an old YouTube cartoon series. How do I not know this? And you get to move to the US, get a massive mansion, show up on some talk shows, get into some controversy, get divorced, come back with Bobbles 2, and then profit. Everything there sounds amazing, Cavino, except for the fact that A, I wouldn't get divorced because that would require me to be married in the first place. And B, there'd be nothing, there'd be no comeback. It would just be a Bobbles 2. And profit. No comeback. Like, controversy, please. Controversy requires me to buy into the controversy. People love a good comeback story. I ain't a Kardashian, though. Who's going to divorce is married to the grind. I know, right? It's an abusive relationship. You can marry the Kardashian. But then how would I have a comeback story? Oh, how... Is no one getting this joke? Is no one getting this reference? Random guy animated the ASDF movie, 15 chapters, and it blew up on YouTube. Interesting. Good old Chris Pratt joke. Thank you, Lines! Thank you! Thank you, Bryn! Thank you! Oh, God, I'm glad I wasn't the only one. I was scared for a second. People were like, what the fuck Kardashian's got to do with it? What? Funny. Funny stuff. Oh, shit, we got ads. Oh, shit, it's 10 o'clock. Well, there you go. I'm having too much fun. That's the second time today. Second time today I've been distracted. You were doing battle with Unity? Nice. That sounds normal. Only the second? Impressive. No, like earlier today, like I normally end my streams at midday because that's my 5-hour segment, but I streamed until like 20 past. And then I was like, oh shit, I need to go. Whoops. And I've done it again now. I usually end before this ad break so that I like go to bed. But I'm going to go until 10:20 now. So, yeah. You're all too fun to hang out with. Okay? I blame all of you for being too gosh darn great. Okay? I'm going to... Ooh, that's what I can do. Nah, we'll filter... Item data. Return Bobble name is not offer data name. Cool. There we go. That there, what this does is make sure that if these two do pick the exact same one, it doesn't get that. Doesn't double up. So close. I know. We only hit 2,000 like a few days ago. It's ridiculous. You're all great. I hope you all know that. You're all excellent. Oh, I need to set up an ask price too.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! Ads are over. I'm alright. I mean, if you say, Yag. If you say. I'll have to take your word for it. I need to get the ask price too. Yep. Ask price text. Actually. Ask price will be dictionary offered ask price. And then when we go to this, that sets the ask price. Beautiful. So let's also make sure that the update is set. Yeah, cool. And say I do. How can I calculate this? So we need to come up with a price to offer. We should look at the... Should look at the offer. Ooh, actually. If type is not... No, if type is enums dialog type, trade. Then we do that. And I can take this and pop it in here. Okay. Close that off there. Generate a max min they'll accept and randomize between them. Well, that's the thing. I need to come up with what the price will be in the first place. Like, there needs to be... So I need to look at the market price, and I need to have something that can like, I need to pick a random value between, like, within that market price value. Pick a random value between that and have that set. And then the next price will be based on, like, the next price that's offered will be based on the previous offer. So, yeah, I want to take into account... There is a market value, yes. And that market value I'm going to set up to change every day. So at the end of every day, every item that you can sell in the store is going to run a check of if it's going to increase and if it's going to change its market price and by how much it's going to change. It'll change by somewhere between 0 and 5% up or down. Maybe 0 and 2%. Just because if it's a $10 thing, that'll adjust by -20 to +20 cents on a daily basis, sort of thing. Yeah, I still need to figure that stuff out. If request data is not null, then we do dialog details, set requested to that. Cool. And the ask price, the default for this can be the offer data market price for now. I'll just hard code it to common. We can get that sorted tomorrow, where it's picking rarities and stuff like that. So it can be a rand I between that multiplied by 0.9294 and offer data market price rarity common multiplied by 1.1. Something like that. What are you complaining about? Too many arguments for rand I. Oh, rand I range. Now it's going to be like a narrowing conversion shit, but I don't care about that. Well, the game didn't crash, so that's always a good start. But yeah, this is our game so far. As you can see, we've got a fair bit already implemented. Wait, you're making a game? No, I'm not making a game. I'm making, like, people I'm gonna tell people it's a game. But actually what they're doing is they're controlling a robot in my physical bobblehead store. And these NPCs that are walking around are actually people walking past the store and entering the store. So the player's job is going to be to, yeah, they're going to control, not free labor, Yag. They're paying for the labor. Yeah, people are paying me to work, but they don't know they're working. They're playing a game. They're being entertained. See? They get something out of it, I get something out of it. It's a win-win. You can open up the bobble, you can bobble their head. Look at the head bobble. Look at the head bobble. Look at it bobble. Look at it bobble. Look at it. The head does go a little bit crazy. So, yeah, I need to fix that. But yeah. There we go. Set up a few of these. God damn it, we're really getting you a lot, aren't we? God damn it. This is what happens when you only have 4 of the goddamn bobbles implemented. Where's the Godobble? I still need to model that one. Damn it! Has free dialogue pause. Non-existent function has free dialogue pause. I'm pretty sure I created that. Ah, that's the random, that's right. What do you mean? Has dialogue counters. Has free dialogue. Counter. Has free dialogue counter. Okay, cool. Alright. I will call it there though. I do need to get to bed because I'm supposed to be streaming in 8.5 hours. So I need to get my I need to get sleep And like, if I go to bed, if I fall asleep like right this second, I'd still need to make coffee and have breakfast in the morning. Where are we going? Does anyone have a suggestion? Anyone have a suggestion of who we should go see? I've got a few in mind. Ooh, I haven't seen them for a while. Yeah, it's been a long time. Shoot, was it? No, it was actually it was the only other day we raided them. Actually, never mind. People that I were going to raid aren't online. So, what we're gonna do... Exactly, raid time. You still chilling? Still chilling, right? Like Krillin? Oh, he said it. Let's go say hi to Captain. Let's go say hi to Captain. It's been a while since we've raided in, I think. I don't remember, to be honest. I was about to suggest him. Well, there you go. G'day, you good dunce. There's the raid message. Only one in my list that's online. I've got a bunch. I mean, Mungalo, Dual Wielded, Mr. DuBois, Imaginary Villain, Mez. They're all on. Anyway, yeah, I will. Ooh, Ecliptic. Just as I got back to the AC. I know, right? I know. Yeah, DuBois doing PoE. No dev at the moment. I will be back in 8 hours and 40 minutes. So I will see you all in the morning to finish off this stuff and get the dialogue bits working. We can get all that finished off tomorrow. And then we've basically just got some UI stuff and modeling that we need to do before we start making the trailer and we get the Steam page up and you can all go crazy wish listing it. How freaking great. Good night, you good dunce.